What was that? Little blinky blue in the corner. Just knock that off. Anyway, hello. Be at ease. I forgot I don't say two hellos anymore. Start over. Director. Hello. There's that blinky do again. Be at ease. Be at ease. It's your favorite ferret, Cheese Louise. At least I hope I'm your favorite ferret. Though, given some of my ferret compatriots that I've met, if you follow any of them, you probably like them more than me. But I just gotta cross my fingers and hope you don't follow any of them. We are back with some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I didn't stream it yesterday because I had there was some stuff I had to get done, and I did stream Garfield stuff, Garfield in Nickelodeon All Stars, and then I streamed Garfield Kart, just because those are unarchived, by the way. You're not going to be able to watch those on YouTube. If they're still on Twitch, then go for it. But yeah, I just wanted a short little stream. I didn't have the energy or the time to do a big old Ace Attorney stream. Yeah. And I would have been more on time today. In fact, I would have even been early, but I decided I needed to fiddle around with stream elements a little more, and let's see. Oh, hello, it is I, Chebs. See, I think that looks pretty good. In fact, I'm gonna see how it looks like on the actual streaming monitor. Yeah. Although the box could bother to be adjusted a little bit. Wasn't really thinking about that. There we go. Yay, now it's not touching the edge. Anyway, let us resume my least popular long-running string series. Just kidding, this is not Tales of Xillia. Haha, got him. Oh my gosh, I just brain deaded. I was gonna play the audio of myself leveling up Yang Guifei to level 90, but I absentmindedly just did it before I was ready to turn up the volume and record it. Oopsie daisy. Oh well. Anyway. Buttons. No, don't look at my home screen. You know I was playing Clubhouse 51 and Mario Party. No. And Pokemon Home. Because I was trying to see if I could move my Diamond team over to it, and so I could sell Diamond. But I can't, because it's not compatible yet. I have to wait for them to make it compatible before I can sell this disappointing remake. But I want to keep my Pokes. I want to keep them! And the Legendaries, I guess. Anyway. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, last freaking times, huge spoilers by the way. We found out that Cosmo is still alive, and we solved the case. And you know, I was looking at some things. I didn't really deliberately do it, but apparently, 2-3 in this game, the one we just did, is like one of the most popular, well-received cases in the whole franchise. So that's something. I thought it was a little long-witted for what it was. I mean, it was a really good case. I shouldn't say it's not. It just felt like it dragged, but I probably just feel like that because I stream it, because I'm dumb. Anyway, let's go. Anyway, my Yang Guifei is level 90 now. It's very important for you to know that. Twisted Karma and his last blow. Karuma.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
He would say that. Why are they all red-haired?
A most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant.
Stop, you're being ignorant.
And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Ah. Do, 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 do. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory, you were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. No, not Watergate. Gatewater Hotel from Ace 31. No. Stop. Oh, I did not read the date. 1st November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Oh yeah, I do want to call out. I was going to put the objection over my head like I did before. But it would cover the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles logo above me. So I decided to wear it as a badge instead. Look at it. It's cute. It's pretty cute, I think. I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? Buttons. Pressing the buttons. Sorry, I am omega distracted. Already. I should have done this before I started the stream. Oh well. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Cosmo going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, Cosmo's body went missing. I forgot about that. But didn't we only found that out this game. They did not establish that in the first game. That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Cosmo showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh, that's not Sholmes. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's the judge. And Mikotoba. Oh, father. Hello, Susato. How are you? I forget what voice I gave him. I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Oh, please neither of you be the murder victim. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with this steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Oh my gosh, I'm summoning a new Maguka with my daily free pull. Hold on. She's got a gun and goggles and like a black cloak that's orange on the inside. She's a light Maguka. Oh. Hold on. Wait. Wait. I wasn't expecting to actually get anything with my free pull. I must take care of this right now. It is of the utmost mega importance. I have to unlock her, you see, and then put her in my grinding team, because the current event is lottery, which means I was gonna set up my team to just like grind a lot automatically while I was streaming. But I thought I was only a couple steps away, but it turns out I'm a few more steps away than that. Would this warrant a BRB? No, I'll just keep rambling about it. As long as I keep talking, it's good content, right? Those are the rules. If you're not talking, it's bad content. If you're talking, no matter how irrelevant, enamorant, that's not a word. See, I'm making up new words. This is history in the making, folks, and you're missing it. And, I mean, you could be missing it, but you're not. Thank goodness you're here. I don't know what I'm talking about. And usually, sometimes even, I do know what I'm talking about. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. These two have such similar voices that I gave them. Wait, buttons. A firm tap? What? With his gavel. Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. He could have gone for the not guilty, but he didn't. What a Chad. Ah. Oh, you're... I didn't realize this gavel was that big. What the... What the heck? Hold on, I think my magic record game is glitching. I'm just gonna close it and reopen it. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? Jigoku? Enunciation's hard with Japanese names. It's been a long time. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Alright, please don't take pleasure in sentencing people as guilty. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there's no laughing at the time. There's a little laughing. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Alright, hang on. Keep hanging on. Never don't stop hanging on. Can't stop, won't stop. I am pressing so many buttons, you guys. I'm not sure if you understand the amount of button presses involved. There's like a good couple of button presses, like a lesser man, a lesser ferret would submit. They would surrender themselves to all these button presses, but not I. I shall persist. I shall continue to press buttons until they forfeit. Okay, I pressed the auto button. I should never have to touch it again. Neither did I. What were we talking about? After all this time, hard to believe it's been 10 years. Oh. Wait, to be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Oh, okay. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. You know what's weird? The only main character, discounting Edgeworth, the only main... Okay, discounting the investigations games, the only main character who has had, like, anything about their parents revealed is Apollo Justice. And that still wasn't until Spirit of Justice that he got anything revealed. We don't know a dang thing about Phoenix Wright's parents. Well, I guess Athena's mom is relevant in her premiere game, if you consider Athena a main character. But yeah, I have a feeling we're not going to learn anything about Ryunosuke's like parents or his family. He's just caught up in everyone else's familial dramas. He's the third visiting scholar. Unless it turns out the judge is our dad somehow and we just didn't know. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a rather lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Alright, stop. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. He's gonna die. He's gonna get murdered. No, stop. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Oh, I forgot to do that. Hide. Okay. Also, paranoia. Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check. Audio check, audio check, audio check. Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check. Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check. That was good timing. I like that. Yes, could you tell us more about it? Look at this badge, armband. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose it's because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Huh. So, how is the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. Also, do you think my stream title is a spoiler? It's obviously like, oh, surprise reveal that someone's alive, but it doesn't say who. It could be about, like, case 2, where the victim didn't actually die. It was... yeah. You know. You know. I don't know. No, that's true. Then I certainly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes. Though only for one night. Yo, there's a... Looks like there's a painting of the Eiffel Tower in the background there. And yesterday we left the port of Dunkirk. I don't know why Dunkirk is giving me a hard time, but it is. For Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I hope no one gets murdered. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Ingratiate. Not integrate. Ingratiate. I don't know what that means. Go, go!
Ingratiate.
Bring oneself into favor with someone by flattering or trying to please them. Oh. Altruism from brown nosing. I see. Wait, is it altruism? What's it called? Not altruism. You know the thing where like family members get jobs that they shouldn't? What's the word for that? Oh, there's too many words in my head. I can't even find all of them. Anyway, I'm too smart to remember, okay? I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say that I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at the major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Cosmo's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Cosmo's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Impact. I mean Genshin Asogi. Genshin. Now I want to change the stream title to Genshin Impact. Like Genshin's Impact. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I would edit my tweet too if I could. You knew, I presume, Father? So now, if anyone asks, I can go to here. Oh, it doesn't have them in there. Gosh dang it. You knew, I presume, Father? Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. Yo, him and Bestia would get along great, I'm sure. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, no, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. When I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Me too. I need to pester Mimi for a new surprised face. Doesn't look surprised enough. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? Stop saying as you know. Okay, that time it wasn't the literary faux pas, but still. In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And here in London, you say? I never dared even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? That old trope in an Ace Attorney game, so it ain't so. When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? I don't think so. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. Where's your Oxford comma? Gosh dang it. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medicinal student at Hume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. Why is there a little blueby light on my chat settings box? Manage moderation settings. Oh. Ban evasion detection. When enabled, potential ban evaders detected and flagged for moderation review. Is that the only new thing? What the heck? Suspicious user controls. Yeah, that's not... that's not a problem for me. But okay. You went to do research at a Great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, no more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Just make the prisoners do the autopsies. What could go wrong? Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then, of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders, I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say, after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago now that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it wasn't accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do you for? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Hey. That guy was a juror once. Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe? Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. You can see, like, somehow his jacket is, like, clipping into his mouth? There's, like, green in his mouth. And I think it's from clipping. It's strange. Cute. I hope that's a feel-good photo and it's not gonna turn into evidence. Ah, it's gonna turn into evidence, isn't it? Gosh dang it. Everything's evidence. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotobo was about to ask me something. And he'll never ask you again, because he's about to get murdered. Shall we return to Baker Street, then? Let them get murdered in peace? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Oh, you better believe I'm gonna examine. Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. Fancy chandeliers. I went to lunch with my mom today, and we were at this restaurant. It's kind of like it's like a country style-ish restaurant, and they had chandeliers that were made purely out of antlers from like elk and deer. And they look kind of nice from afar, but if you look up close, it kind of looks like they're just kind of like super glued together at the base. Looks silly. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it'd be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you mean? That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone waiting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Oops. I was like so confident something would be there, I clicked without waiting for something to be highlighted. Look at that picture. It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Oh, it's not Eiffel Tower. Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievements in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney in the bathhouse near my lodging at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? If it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely? I don't think It's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo. Eiffel Tower big. You know, apparently you can't take a picture of the Eiffel Tower unless you're like a licensed photographer. And even then, like, you have to pay a fee for it or something. Yeah, let's try to talk to Strongheart first. First November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Hey, it's Van Zieks. Here's my final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Oh, they spotted us. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such perfect temperature. If you're sure. The beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. I don't know why I'm giving him such an aggressive voice. Like he's yelling at them. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? Why? Why is he mad at us? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right-hand man of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Ah, oh, of course. Oh, they're mad at me because I proved that Dr. Scythe was the actual murderer, not, what's his face? The other guy, the engineer. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated this situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That'd be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? I swear if they kill him again... What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Hey, so, how you doing? Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. Wow. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. Cough. I'm just so surprised by that number, I guess. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. Have I been, like, looking in the bottom right corner and, like, wincing the whole time? Somebody tell me. Dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the Forensic Investigations team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the Forensic Investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to full-blown Forensic Investigation Department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes. That came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding abroad in a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. Weird inflection, I don't know what happened. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. He was hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Interesting. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. And you can only tell someone's Eastern from their eyes. I guess. I guess so. Sorry, I got distracted. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask? He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know? That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean? Genshin Isogi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Isogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. Wonder if we're ever actually going to see the dog. Because they've been kind of hinting at it for a long, long time, since like midway through the first game. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? Again, they keep saying it. He's not a mass murderer. He's a serial killer. It's different. Wait, I might actually be wrong. Let me look up the definitions. Murderer versus serial killer. Wait, versus spree murder? By definition. Alright. A person who has killed many people. Okay, what's a serial killer's definition? A serial killer is a murderer who has killed several people. Officially, a serial killer is a person who murders more than 3, although not all at the same time. Yeah, so I think, I don't know, 5 isn't... 5 is several, but it's not many. Many is like 10 plus. If it were 20 or 30 people, then it's a mass murderer. But they were just... Anyway, I don't know why I'm getting up about it. Gotta make sure they charge me for the right thing when I get brought to trial. What? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers of London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? Seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Okay. I guess we're done talking. Look at this armband. Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Are there new words about his office? Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo? With such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found... Okay, yeah, these are old. Shush. Alright, anything to the left? Anything to the right? No? There's no reason to be able to move the camera? Okay. I guess we'll talk to Sholmes and Iris. First November, Sholmes is sweet. Ooh way, ooh way. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Wait, was there someone screaming like that before? I can't remember. Hold on, hydration check. Ah, blah, blah, blah. Do you think could have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. What? They all have red hair. Of course. Ooh, I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? But who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two, you coming with me now? Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it. Above the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. Away! Away! Is that a boy or a girl? But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. Away! I don't like this. I don't like it. What's happening? Well, tough. We'll finish it down in the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks Iris. And thanks, you're a great detective. Hee. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Oh, well that's great news. Hold on, I'm going a little too cockney with it. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that the greatest of problems is... greatest of problems known to man. Hey. Hey. What the heck? I infected the game. How'd I do that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb of such like on my face? Sorry, you just look way more handsome than usual. Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever's going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Mr. Sholmes, who are those two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing significant. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set the sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good? Causing trouble in the neighborhood? I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. If you're all redheaded, then you're all too attractive. And you'll make too many children. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent. I feel ya. I feel ya on that one. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tispels only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum? One potted herb for Iris and a new motorcar for me later, and all of it's quite disappeared, I assure you. You bought a car? Instead of paying rent? Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Hello, is that a Mr. Kazuma's mask lying there? The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Oh, I thought he left it here. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has had his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help but feeling that he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League." The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I never heard of it before, but... Is something on my face? Clearly this has to do something with that lively hair. Red-Headed League article has been entered in the court record. Okay. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USAA, there's another vacancy open which entitles members of the league to salary of £4 a week of purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and of mind and above the age of 21 years is eligible. Apply in person on the morning of 31st at a large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are a redhead. Okay. Is there anything else of note? Everything else looks the same as usual. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Why are you always lying? I don't know the actual song. I've just heard other people reference it. That case aboard the SS Burya in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Why? Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why'd you do it in the first place? I'll be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? his disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. And it looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redhead receives once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. Your hair's pink, girl. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for one of the redheads in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try and join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? Because you're not a natural. It looks dyed, man. See, my hair is natural. Okay. I should get it. Give me those £4 a month. Accounting for inflation. Oh wow, that's like $500 a week. That's cool. I can quit my job now and become full-time streamer. What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. What'd you do? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susanoo. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. What? I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? That sounds dangerous. I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? This will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. What the heck? That'd make my ears crimson too. I wouldn't want that. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say... But of course. £24 per week, one must prepare to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals is more than just a little danger, surely. Hang on, I kind of blanked out. Ah, I see. We're gonna hashtag strongly imply that it is very dangerous to drink. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Yeah, what do you expect? You're famous. They're gonna know you dyed your hair. So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shush, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Wait, what? Why did you turn him into the police for, though? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. Landlords. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Yeah. Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack. Ah. She looks like she has a filter over her, like she has a sepia filter on top of her. You know what I mean? Because I don't. She was of Southern Belle. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Please, oh please. Please find my husband. He's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon. Never mind, a personal matter, my apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. Hang on 1 second. Wow. Just had to adjust my headset a little bit. What's the matter, Miss Fusato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her before somewhere before. Very recently, in court, on the jury maybe. Yes, now you come to mention it. Why is the fire at such a low frame rate? I'll show you a fire frame rate. I'll show you. Um. See, this is how you do it. Except some of the frames are mixed around. It's fine. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. See, there's a fire. See, it looks way better, okay? As I've explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Evie? What the heck? I've never seen a character named Evie before, aside from, obviously, Evangeline Nightingale. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Sholmes, your arm's on fire. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest of confidence, you understand. Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? What? Uh-oh. Alright. Get rid of the fire. I guess you're just gonna talk directly to me then. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh, my. Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I don't know how to do a Southern Belle, so I don't know why I am. Oh well. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Now let go what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Here I go. Standing in the corner. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh, gosh. Goodness mercy me. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty. He rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened. Mr. Sholmes, I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? That's somewhat unusual. Guards don't get paid handsomely. So your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Okay, that makes more sense. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? At such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for the extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Remunerated? Remunerated? I think it's remunerated. Remunerated. I don't know. It's too late to apologize. It's too late to find out. I'll never know at this rate. Button. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Which one do you think? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Yes, that's how it works. Hang on, I need to grab something real quick. I have a little pillow that I put on my ottoman, but it is currently in my recliner because I was using it to take a nap earlier. There, I got it. Actually, I'm gonna slightly more BRB than that because I'm feeling that munchies. I didn't really have dinner. I just had a very late lunch, and it wasn't that filling. So munchie time. BRB, RB, 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 I'm back from outer space. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me. Were you not paying attention? Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? I am so anxious to get to Case 5 and see how everything comes together. It's gonna blow my mind. Maybe. If it doesn't blow my mind, then this whole game is a 0 out of 10. Hang on, I got some Cheez-Its. You remember what time was that Cheez-Its and Cheese Nips were like equal competitors to each other? But now when you go to the grocery store, you see a whole big like Cheez-Its section with all the different variants, and you'll just like find a little section of Cheese Nips that are, and there's only like the normal ones. I always used to like the Cheese Nips a little better, but nowadays I prefer Cheez-Its because they kind of like, they got like that like smoky taste-ish, and the Cheese Nips, they got that American cheese plasticky-ness to it, which I don't hate, but I would prefer Cheez-Its over the Cheese Nips now. Num num. Num num. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent, laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It started all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Miss Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly. They refused to list my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. Cholmes, if you just walk her to her husband's workplace and find him, she'll give you money for it. However, let us not be hasty. Okay, good. I see no reason why you should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, I shan't to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month. It has no bearing on my decision. Yeah. No, I don't blame you. Rent is hard to make sometimes. Especially when the end of the month, so I have to always pay on the first of the month. When the end of the month is like on Wednesday, and you get paid the Friday after that, so you have to like make super sure that you set the money aside ahead of time. Yeah. It'd be like that. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's all, really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Yeah, so if she wants to pony up, then go ahead and pony down. Wait. I'm not sure what that means. Don't listen to me. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photographer of your husband... the photograph of your husband in my possession. Uh-oh. No, I mean, we're just gonna present it to people to find him, that's all. But, alright. Anything suspicious here? There's, like, wheat. There's rose bush in the background. There's a gate. He has curly hair. He's tall and slim. Vertical stripes. Buttons. Yeah, I don't see anything overly out of place. Thank you. Now let me show you the door. Wow, I've never heard someone use that expression in a not, like, deliberately rude sense. Like, show him the door. Get him out of here. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think every time, Hurley. Well, how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. It is way too early to play this music. Stop. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us, error, students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of the condemned convicts. Among us. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. Gosh dang it. I don't know why I had any doubts of Sholmes in the beginning that he would be a likable character. He was irking me in the first case he showed up, but you gotta love him. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. Don't say you were undercover at the time. Don't you do it. So I'll leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. course you are. Well, is there any reason to go upstairs? That's just if I want to talk to Susato, right? Might as well. Since we're here. Well, whatever. It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited on this important international event, invited too, really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Are you sure? 5 is a lot of people. It's enough to make someone a mass murderer. Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Don't you talk about no swelling waters. Don't you talk about no swelling waters. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, what do we got? What sort of absurd... I was going to say obscene. What sort of absurd character are we going to see here, huh? Barclay prison on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Words. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. What? 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 You don't put a guillotine inside a clock? Why would you do that? No. Just to put the fear of God in the prisoners? Like, holy crap. That's mean spirit as all get out. Also, there seems to be a glass protector that is supposed to be there and is not. Like, a little bit still there because it's in front of the guillotine as it pulls up. But okay, alright. I'm sorry, I'm just shook. I am shooketh by that grandfather clock. What the heck? Okay. This place is full of hardened criminals. Can I remember the last time a civilian was down here? And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? You're so tall, you go off the screen. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor. Barricaded. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be so direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicion-looking Easterners. You won't... Just... Okay. Now get out of me here. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... that he's racist. I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? You're the one with a guillotine clock. 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated in this prison. And then after his execution, He apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around that case, aren't you? Your agency, part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get what? Get going with you. Before I punch your lights out. We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us by wearing a mask. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Wait, who mentioned it? Was it Strongheart? Look at this armband. Governor Caden, could I at least show you this? How many times can one man turn his back to you in a single conversation? Alright. Ah! Gee, that scared me! Oh my god. Okay. I said get out! Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Goodbye, sir. Or wait, was it these guys? Mikotoba, help. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. So it wasn't Strongheart, it was here. Good thing I came here first. But he refuses to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That'd be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? What? Not me? Why is the sofa called a settee?
Satay.
Satay. Setay yourself down. Okay, so it's just a specific type of like sofa, basically without the arm rests. Okay. Satay. No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Letter of introduction. Okay. Good luck then. Okay. Like, I understand the shotgun and the axe on your wall, but I really... Just the guillotine, though. If you just catch your eyes over this, Governor Caden. Also, in before Sholmes does come out of his house, because he realizes if he has his little hat on, it covers all of his hair. Or at least most of it. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly. Him! Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. Jings! You the old man's daughter? And you didn't I think to mention it afore? I do apologize. Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And did I forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits? Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you, Hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I've now heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil. I get it now. Your chief warder? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? I of course. We'll talk to him first, then we'll examine. I'm so curious about that. What? What? Why do you have a guillotine clock? We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison? Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedication to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. He doesn't even work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? Here's a question. When was it about? Can I have been much less than 10 years ago now? What? What? 10 years ago? You stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken? I've not heard of the fellow's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing now. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. My face when I get a new job and don't tell my wife. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up on his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help but wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? Dismissed. It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye. That's all word for it here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the Chief Warder. You want... Sorry, I just can't help but think of, because when I had dogs when I was little, if you would say the word walk, they would get all excited. It's like, walk time. We're just time to go for a walk. Let's go for a walk. So I'm imagining like a really mean-spirited, like, prison guard. They're going to the inmate on death row, and they're like, you want to go for a walk? You want some walkies? It's time for some of the walkies. Who wants some walkies? I'm sorry. It's just a mental image that gave me. It's the job of the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Visual did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. You let him live. But I can tell. Wow, I just thought about the fact that Mrs. Daly was on the jury for the last case, where we learned all about the fact that that Genshin, though we didn't know him who he was at the time, that he had survived his gallows and it was her husband. Like, the way I just thought about how things came together, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Gosh, this writing in this game is amazing. It's incredible. Well, I can tell you it's very rare for Chief Warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Virgil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't. I can't anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Hen? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm at no liberty to answer that. I see. Well, tell us about Mikotoba. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken? Yes, I can imagine. The advancements of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sina's. It's still in use today. St. Signers. That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotobo and I, after used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye. And we used to sit here for hours and gab on about this section and all sorts. Takes me back. Of a pot of tea and a plate of cuff bagels, of course. Biscuits, not bagels. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable. And dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well. Can I tell you anything else? Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. He's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mind. Alright. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Governor Gaden. Harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Richard resulting in him losing his job. Chief Order Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. Dude, you just said you can't tell us why, and then you hand us a paper that tells us why. Now, we don't know what Clause 132 is yet, but we can find out very easily. All rights to redundancy, pay, and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Oh. Reason for dismissal. Oh, and it's just right here. Aiding and abetting the escape from his prison of convict, Starline, just prior to his execution. Details of his escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Oh my gosh. I know exactly how this is going to come back together. You see, we're going to find Daily Vigil's corpse, and it's going to have red hair. Yeah, you see what I'm getting at? See, we're assuming that he has purple hair because she has the purple hair, but that's his wife. Husband and wife don't necessarily, like, share genetic features. At least they, you know, they're not supposed to. He's gonna have red hair because he was a member of the Red Hair Society, because the Red Hair Society is like a secret society of, like, overthrowing corrupt government. And he got to join it, like, after he helped that escape. Yeah. But now he's dead, and that's why there's a vacancy in the Red Hair Department Society. Oh, it's crazy. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Oh, we'll be back here. Sholmes is gonna have to solve the mystery of your broken clock. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found about Mr. Vigil. But first, what will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? I need to see this. Ah, look! We have an opportunity here now while the governor is away. Miss Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then. Oh! If I tried to examine while he was here, he would have been like, "Oi, don't go snooping in my room, you filthy Japanese!" And now that he's gone, we try again, but it's rude. Oh, we'll be back here. We will be back here. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we will be back here. First November. Sholmes' Suite. We're back! Hello, you two. Oh, it was Iris. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Oh, right. You look like a Pokemon trainer. I know I wanted to talk, but still. Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing, your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Turns out that it may have been inadvisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Advisable. Did I say inadvisable? Advisable. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, it was Gina. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? Did you arrest people that didn't actually commit any crimes? I can't Adam and Eve it. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Is the boss... What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead? No. No, they didn't. No. I don't believe it. I think she misunderstands. What? They just found his body shot with a pistol. What? But Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Real talk. I still don't think he's dead. I think if they were to kill a major character like that, they wouldn't have it be through character dialogue. They would have it be us walking in and finding the body. For that shock factor, you know. I think he was shot, though. He's just not dead. No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. So it'd now be about time to, like, investigate somewhere else? Okay. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what's happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He's perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case round there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... Oh, come on, Gene, you're gonna make me cry. One day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. Stop. He's not even dead. Stop it. Oh. It's hard to voice act characters that are crying without crying. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What an awful person did this? Our client, probably. I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. No shot. Nuh-uh. 0%. Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right. The Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, we're gonna defend the prosecutor in case 4 instead of case 5. I had a feeling it was kind of coming. Although I guess in the first game it was case 4. But it was still the finale case, because there were only 4 cases in the original version of Ace Attorney 1. They added case 5 in the DS version. Which is why it... I don't know, is 1-5 considered canon? Because it's such a good case, but it's an obscenely long case. It is such a long case. It's one of the longest in the franchise. I think it's longer than the G2-3 that we just did. Are you quite sure, Miss Letstrade? It's Beric Van Zeeks the police have arrested? I saw him with me own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. Well, you know witnesses. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. Oh, that doesn't mean anything. It was probably someone trying to shoot Van Zeeks and Gregson blocked it. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Miss Letstrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing? Gosh, Gina, stop talking. I can't handle this. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've got to help. Alright, let's wipe the tears off our face. Gosh dang it. Stop it. Gina, he's not dead. Why are you... Ah. Wait, do I disappear if I cover my face? That was weird. Huh. Don't know what made that happen. Anyway. It's the detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes? What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, hmm? How could I have let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Oh. Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Runo, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Usato? Also, you seem rather unaffected. Do you not actually like Gregson? Yes. She was just being empathetic with Gina. Hold on, I want to read Susato's flavor text. I know it's only an old attic room, but I find this place more relaxing than anywhere else. Whenever we go, the great detective's living room is always full of enigmatic marvels. I always feel so nervous here. I should love to ask if I could borrow some books, but I just can't. What a grand place! Father certainly seems to be enjoying relaxing in the luxuriant atmosphere. Luxuriant? That's not a word. The decorations in here and the governor's face, they're as terrifying as each other. Lord Van Zeeks has been arrested! What on earth is happening? Well, we're not going to the prison. We need to see Gregson first. So he can wake up and stop playing dead. 1st November, room on Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers are gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? I was really hoping that would be like a heartwarming, like, oh, look how much you learned from Gregson on how to be a thorough investigator. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prance around here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at that of his hat, that at of his, and then just scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes? Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? I don't defend just everyone accused of murder that I meet that asks me to defend. Gosh dang it. Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, you don't mind. Oh, we also did the first trial we ever did here. We proved a guilty man innocent. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he'll be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Should we talk first? Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's why I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then, he started going out with all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows half the cases he's working on, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? Sorry, I had to adjust my ottoman. Oh, now it's too close to me. Gosh dang it. Yeah. So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I say as much. I took my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he's respected, the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. Because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it? Ah, I need to adjust my pants. Wow. There we go. Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard pile down to get stuck into the investigation. Well, there's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. Looks like there's a cork board with like a conspiracy theory on it. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Fusato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. Don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up to a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Posture check. Gosh, my posture is so bad. Alright, let us examine. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah! What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Before it's too late! Hmm? No shot. No shot. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah. It's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. What the bloody blue blazes? What? Hello? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Quit looking at me with them big ol' eyes. Okay. I don't think the frame itself really matters. Insanity. Alright. I'm also absurdly stumped. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, there are all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper clippings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. For some reason, indeed. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it'd be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Oh, no! Come on. He's not dead. He's not actually dead. He's not actually dead. He can't. He can't. No. No. Okay. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. This is presumably the murder weapon then? Oh my. Is it real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's only one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer to just ask someone who might know, I think. Entered in the court record. Can we not look at it? I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my. Is it real, I suppose? I think so. Oh, they're just gonna go through the same conversation, I guess. Okay, yeah. Alright, we need to present it to Sholmes, I think. Or maybe to Gina. I don't think I've ever been this baffled by a crime scene before. Just like... I mean, usually you're going off of nothing, but like we have so much background information on Gregson as a character and the other stuff going on. It's like, what? How? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece! I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, doesn't it? Does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across recently elsewhere, isn't it? Oh, got the wrong character, whatever. Exactly, this is a vital clue, I'm sure of it! So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. It'll probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it appeared that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taken this far better than I am. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind, look. Really? Can't really tell. It just looks like torn wallpaper. I suppose if a bullet had hit it... It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. What wax on the wall? I don't see any... What? Candelabrum has been entered for a record. Did they have to censor it or something? Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Eh? Sorry, distracted. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way. In a way. Policeman figure has been entered the court record. I feel like that's everything. Stool, desk, lamp. Alright, let's present. Everything. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Worked out something about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. She don't know nothing about nothing. Please know something about the revolver? Nope. Okay. Alright, Gina's not gonna help us. Letter of introduction. Okay. I'm surprised we didn't, like, throw this away. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. What did he write on the back of? What did you do? Mikotoba, what did you do? Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes. I think it called at Dunkirk. Look, I'm chewing on Cheez-It. It's notoriously hard to read words when you're chewing on Cheez-It, okay? On the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it? Or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? What the heck? Why is that relevant? I'm mad. I'm mad about how complicated this already is. Yeah, I didn't think so. I had to take the shot, though. Well, there's nothing else to talk to her about, so, I guess let's visit the prison. You having fun? There he is, Lord Van Zeek's behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks? Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, but the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I thought you liked me now! Why? I couldn't very well not come. You heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, at the very least. We owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was something related to the case? This? The art isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that Inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. It's very concise. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Of course not. Why would you ever answer us? Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He's going to need a lawyer, though. Is Strongheart gonna assign us to be his lawyer, and, like, he's not even gonna know until we start in court? Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Oh. So a realistic number of, like, he's a very good prosecutor, but he's not unstoppable. Although, actually, it was a thing that most of the acquittals were, like, actually guilty, and they, like, bought their innocence. And then they got killed anyway. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrained was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. I don't know why I didn't think before that, like, someone, obviously a specific person is actively killing everyone that he prosecutes against that gets declared innocent. And somehow Gina escaped. Well, no, Gina wasn't found. No, she was prosecuted by him, but she was... I guess she was found guilty of something, but not of murder. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrained is safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese. But please. I have no intention of engaging your services. Chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Hey, get back here. I was gonna present a gun to you. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Okay, bye. Can we go to Van Zieks' house? Can't imagine there's anything for us here. Yeah, let's tell Mikotoba about this. Professor Mikotoba is obviously trying to relax on that satay over there. Father's only just arrived after a very long voyage from home. And tomorrow he will speak at an important symposium that will garner the attention of the whole world. He needs a little peace and quiet now. I was just about to think that. Pardon? It's one thing reading my thoughts, but at least let me have them first. Oh dear. Perhaps my brain works too quickly. Alright, Mikotoba's not gonna help us. Hey, Strongheart. Can you assign me to be the defense attorney? You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. Who? I can hear Lord Strongheart, can't you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Hey! 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 Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama! Kazuma-sama, arigato. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. You know what they say, when you hear a gunshot, don't try to go investigate it and see what happens, because if you do, Other people will find you there and think you're the one that shot the gun. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. I knew you were a bad guy. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Hi, Kazuma. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Soga here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. I just thought it would be case 5. I did not think it would be case 4. Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Can you tell me about this gun? No. Kazuma, say something! What the heck, man? Not cool, bro. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Ziek firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. Sorry. Testing something. Ah! No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? That's not fair! Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Cosmo-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of British's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution? Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. For you... Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct!
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. I was gonna say that.
No, Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
Yeah, no kidding. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, there's no proof of that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. Hey, you, I could be your best friend. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's still something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? Our friendship? Don't say it. I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery.
What? From the gallery? No, they're a bunch of idiots. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Cosmo-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Norhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Alright, no way then. If that's what Gregson looked like back then there's no way that... Okay, because I was thinking that like somehow he was like the same person as Daily Vigil. Wait. Alright, mustache versus the eyebrows are like almost the same. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. And who's the third person? Who do you think? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Okay. I'm gonna look at it first, though. Okay, there's no backside. There's like a little thing on his top right. Hang on, hang on. Little thing! There's a little thing! No shot. Gregson living the double life? Anyway, let's go to prison. Yo, what's up? Lord Van Zieks, I'm back, just like I promised not to be. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. You've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you.
In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi?
That made the color drain from his face. Yeah, I can see that. His father killed your brother. And now he's going to prosecute you for a crime that you know you didn't commit.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
Hi. Look at this. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that?
It was taken when I became...
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
It had to be, really.
Apparently this picture was prominently
displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
No, we've heard someone else attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man, known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey.
"10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered.
And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East.
Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what a cruel twist of fate this is this now, 10 years later. The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
That's what he does. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset.
What do you mean that's what he does? That's psychopathic. What could I have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese.
Right, your hatred of all is Japanese.
The Nipponese bane.
Now when you say Bane...
I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer.
The so-called professor.
Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard.
And that was Genshin Asogi?
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But None of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Inasogi's trial. Wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. Beleaguered?
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart.
Wait, what? Where's Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you?
Ah,
And of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, the hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why. Now I know the history. Tell me why.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I don't think so. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Hold on. Hydration check. It's a tragedy, I tell you.
Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean?
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh,
The police department welcoming an England detective, the Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made.
What sort of approach?
Singular. After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble that made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up as investigations made him determine it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
Inspector Gregson.
I can't tell if I'm like thinking way ahead of the case or if I'm thinking exactly what they want me to think. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene?
Ah, yes. That's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh,
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
you have something in common with Lord Van Ziegler after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here's a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with the same look in their eyes.
The very first time we clashed in Bailey almost a year ago, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Even though I was defending Fargus or whatever his name was, I forget. McGilded. Fargus McGilded, don't you know? Was it Fargus? I don't know. I don't remember.
My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi.
The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now.
Oh my god. Van Zieks prosecuted the case out of a bloody rage. You know who I think the actual professor was? I don't think it was Genshin. You know who I think it was? I think it's a certain evil-looking man with a lot of power who talks a lot about reforming society. Of course. Of course! That's what Asogi came here. Kazuma Asogi came here to take down Okay. All right, it's just a theory, a game theory. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now. I looked into the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. That's one way to do it. That's how I do it. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. Yeah, be like that. Stop, jeez. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. How is this case 4 out of 5? What could possibly come after this case? Then my life is in your hands. Unless case 5 is somehow like case 4 part 2. Like it's a separate trial, but it's basically about the same stuff. For Lord Van Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Hydration check. To be continued. Okay. Alright. So I was planning to just do the investigation today and then call it a stream. But I'm sitting on the edge of my seat here. Not literally. But I cannot wait. But I'm going to hit a BRB real quick and then I'm going to start the trial. So I'll see you in a hot second.
Wow. I am back, and we are continuing. I know I'll have to quit at some point tonight. Probably. Or else I'll pass out at work tomorrow from pure lack of sleep. Okay. I am braced. I'm ready to sit here for the long haul. Or stand here, whatever you prefer imagining, chat. Am I in a chair? And am I standing? You can only see my upper body, you'll never know. My chair is camouflaged, so you can't see it. It's green screened out. Yo, I should make my own, like, cheese chair to sit in. Yeah, I might do that. I'd probably, I'm gonna say a bad word, trace. You probably trace it over, like, existing free assets. Just add on my own stoof. But yeah. Hang on, I need to press another button. Alright, they have been pressed. 2nd November, 8:56 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. You get used to it. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Forgive the discourtesy. Got him. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. What? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court.
Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Cholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. I don't know, I kind of liked it red. It was growing on me. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potions after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ailed me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. Don't cry for him. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you, I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you're exaggerating, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? Oh my gosh. I just realized the camera's lower for Naruhodo than it is for Phoenix. Because Naruhodo is shorter than Phoenix. Phoenix is pretty tall. Actually, now I'm curious. Phoenix, right, height. Alright, I guess Phoenix is only 5'9". He just looks very tall. I mean, he's shorter than I am, but... Alright, what about Ryunosuke? 5'6". Oh. Well, I mean, 3 inches shorter. I don't know. It just feels like it feels like characters are taller in this game than they are in the original trilogy, and that's probably because the camera's a little bit lower. Wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. I think he knows what's up, Sholmes. He's prosecuted like every trial I've been in since I got here. Sorry to barge in. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. She heading to Paris? Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come here with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oh, damn. Oh, she's gonna be mad. Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him. Him what killed the boss? Is Gregson actually dead? I'm starting to think Gregson's actually dead. What the heck? I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. Well, if it wasn't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Oh, no. Stop, 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 stop. Stop. Please, Outho. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. You've got to find who done this and make that wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Van Zeeks. Wait, hold on. Hold on. If Gregson is actually what's his name? If he's actually Daily Vigil, look how their eyebrows curl up. That's so intentional. And but Gregson was a detective before Vigil lost his job at the jail. And also, if Gregson became a legend by insisting on the autopsy that proved Genshin's guilt, but then he was also the person who helped him escape the execution? What if there was a real Gregson from before? This is a fake Gregson, and because there was a body that got shot in the grave, right? Like they just had to have somebody go in and fake it. What if the real Gregson, what was the fake body, and he got killed, and then Daily Vigil lost his job, but he was like, no, I'm the one that got Gregson killed. It was my fault. So I will become Gregson. I don't know. Just spitballing. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. Is like serial killer like a rated M term, and that's why they use mass murderer instead? One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. Boy, I got lots of theories running in my head right now, golly. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Wait, I have a theory I want to test real quick about Twitch. There might be double audio for a second, but I want to see something. Okay, so I have a second window open. I have a window of like my actual stream as opposed to the stream manager. Okay, the number popped up, went up. What happens if I do it again? Will it go up to 3? Nobody suddenly enter my stream. Nobody start watching. You're gonna ruin the experiment. Like
people click into my streams. Lol. Okay, so interesting. Wait, oh, but I have them both open and they shot down to 1. Was that just strange timing? Interesting, interesting, interesting. Because I opened it by accident, or I opened it because I wanted to check something while I was on BRB, and I saw it bumped up to 1, or bumped up to 2 when that happened. Huh. Okay. So it won't count myself, or at least if it does, it only counts me for a little bit, and then it realizes that it shouldn't count me. Because then everyone would bump their own view count by 1 until they're at like plus, 15 plus viewers or whatever. On a regular basis. Wish that were me. Whatever the truth is revealed... Sorry, I got very distracted. We're going to have to look it straight in the eye. I think the truth is that Genshin Asogi wasn't actually the professor. Like, I'm feeling that really strongly now. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Baron Van Zieks. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. You just had to one-up me, didn't you? Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. Wow. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. I was kind of hoping the other judge would come in and there'd be 2 judges. That'd be cool. If no member of the public are present, want to ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Although, we couldn't figure out how to get rid of those models. Wait, they are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. Does he have 2 swords? Kazuma, why do you have 2 swords? Let me keep the katana if you're gonna have a broadsword. And I stand here in this courtroom now, as I stand in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
The location was a building on the flats on Frenzo Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard a gunshot, and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There are a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How's the rage been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Alright, and before the scorch marks were caused by something else, like a candle, the murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Cosmo-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained... startled me a little bit. As I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. It's kind of weird that the other two are, like, melted so far down. I feel like that has to be relevant in some kind of way. Oh, we never examined this. Ah, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. I only know what criminals do, I guess. Okay, how about the fact that, like, the tall one got shot? Is that not a thing worth noting? Why are the other candles so much shorter? Also, we never examined this either. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. That part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Ah! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Interesting. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Autopsy report. Tobias Gregson, 45, British, time of death. Coroner Maria Gorey. Oh my gosh. Cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks left point entry, bullet wing, exit body. Additional caliber gun matches standard issue firearm. A caliber gun, sorry. Okay. We never examined this either. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use a lot of birdlime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? So this is the type of problem that's standard issue for the judiciary then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. You'd think they'd, like, recall the previously issued ones to engrave a serial number? Whew. Thank you for your thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this the Fresno Street room, Inspector Gregson's private abode? Alright. The only things that stand out as sus off the bat. The desk in front of the fireplace is a little sus. And like this behind space. No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. But Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barrick Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's opening precis? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question? And what exactly took place? I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness. Witness, testimony. Facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Facts of the incident.
Hold it!
Investigating Gregson. But why were you investigating him? You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movement in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Yeah, it would have been nice if you just told us. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside. I saw no one. Oh, right. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It still would have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there's a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot spun around, saw the revolver on the floor. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Ah, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh! Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands? In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Oh! But where on earth was the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that. Ugh. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. Oops. Keep forgetting that I'm in testimony.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. Wait, what's a peddler? Match seller, newsmonger. What's the peddler peddling? What? Oh, wait, is a peddler like a shoe shiner? They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem.
They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled.
A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred.
Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
It was only then the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, then suddenly there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed or how the body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Beric van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
Okay. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning? Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. Could you prove that? Could you, like, from like 5 feet away, set up 3 candles and shoot one and see if the other 2 go out? Oh no, the other 2 still burned. Never mind. I'm dumb. That's the whole point. But the other 2 candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed. What is the common thread, counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baron van Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout?
And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? Alright, that is actually very difficult to fight back against. What do we do?
Order, order, order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baron Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Oh, jeez. I don't get to finish my cross-examination? There's a bloody handprint on the back. Did you notice that? Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There's a red hairpiece at the scene, too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league then? Maybe? Okay. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. You were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. I didn't get to finish my cross-examination. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord.
Oh. He lost his job as a carriage driver.
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. What? That's disgusting. Take it back, character designers. Try again. Alright, and get a fat lippet, I guess.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everybody calls me gossip. I shall jaunty will to best to passerbys, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your gentle it is. 6 pence is a price and not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
What? Alright. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now you got listening ears on. That's between us. A young couple of sweet have just had twins.
I'm not paying for that. Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to be spread, but that is up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece is, if you're curious.
I have no idea what I'm doing with this character voice. I am curious, yes, about what's going on under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise, or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Oh, geez, I did not notice that. Is it a hickey? Well, you know, I'm family friendly. I can talk about hickeys. No! What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. What? 6 pence a pop? What do you say? Don't lay those in court! You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Firecrackers. They're not even in the court record yet. Venus flytrap, Venus firecrackers, I guess? Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What did you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you're gonna blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Oh my god. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special, only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Firecracker entered to the court record. What? What are we gonna do with that? Also, they're... Literally, the firecracker is what Van Zeek's heard. Are you kidding? Are you joking me? Yeah, these are little ones, but, like, the other ones are not as little. The one that went off, I'm sure. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? Oh, she said that. Well, what? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... No kidding! You don't say.
I'm mad.
And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I forget his name.
I'm a think of me, think of all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watch the world go on about me, they call me the Observer.
Get over it, old man. Everybody calls you Sandwich, you don't know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
The problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means.
What does that say? Hot actual hero? What?
I don't sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Well, I'm bigger. I'll be bigger, I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Oh boy.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Witness's account.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
It seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused Baron Van Zeeks.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony of the court has just heard would appear to leave the little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No! Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, with
Without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down the testimony. Somehow. Somehow, brown cow. One second. All right.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeek? And the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? I suppose, though, the likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. First fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I, sir? Am I, sir? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that? Does it? Yeah, his hair was really red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Once you listen, Tom, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at the photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. Dang. He's actually dead. Man. I don't like it. And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe that Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? Man, why is Gregson dead though? I don't like it. Pull a Cosmo and be undead. Why is he curled up though? It's like he was protecting something. I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared?
What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about it. Less than a minute after the Reaper got inside, we heard a big bang. By which, presumably, you mean the gunshot? I saw these little things, don't I?
So how would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounded a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building? That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. Okay, but if he walked by the peddlers as he entered the building, why would he shoot a gun, like, immediately? He knew there were people right there that would hear it. That's nonsense. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct?
Seems to... Yeah, quick to tag gossip friend.
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see. All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but it's possible you and I have met before?
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I forget what his name was, then. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Right into the room, as there was, we forgot.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
There I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did. I yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Van Zeeks claims that all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
There was a fellow collapsed on the floor. That's between us. That's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall?
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Beric Van Zeeks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground when the Reaper go sell myself.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing for me. Empty in the head I am. Just two slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's latest statement, I mean?
What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, sandwich. Keep your twat shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you, keep it a secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't it? Yuck.
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. I happens to the best of us at times suddenly get bloody hand. It's normal. So I was scouts, so I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Yeah, I ain't gonna mess around with this.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. On the floor? What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene on the back of this notice board. Ah.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint of the distinctive color of blood.
You're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Now that the board itself had fallen over onto the floor, in that case it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel? Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene?
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What does this tell us? It tells one simple fact. When the handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
Objection! You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
It had to be like right here, yeah? Because if he fell over, got his hand in that blood, and then he just wiped it on the floor, there's no reason they would have gone this deep.
Take that!
This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway?
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words... Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It is only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Don't give me your ah. I don't want to hear it.
Order, order! Counsel, now has this not come to light before now? How has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were all there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witness in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message.
Mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that notice board. I'll just wipe my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign of the crossroads for life.
You felt bad about a board being on the ground, so you said it upright.
and you just assumed it was in the corner. It was that Reaper I get. He's got a face that screams bored. This is a pretty good pun, actually. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Oh my god, did he die from you throwing a firecracker into the room? Absurd. Come on. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, you can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right. Oh yeah, I don't pay to expect too much. It don't pay to expect too much. It don't, not I don't. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world, that's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baron Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well, then you may proceed, counsel. Mystery of the moving board. Oh no, anything about the nose board? So you admit it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit? What's to admit? If they're playing today for all the thieves, nothing print on my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint? So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look that powerful, well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got no deal, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was perfect little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Don't come me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing it.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's a priory school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos. I've got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them. Letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know these kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Wow. What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus for thanking me or letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
What? Did you kiss that while it's on fire? Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really.
I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Hydration chip. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
Hmm?
Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth, in which case she's not a liar? Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What do you want about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now that you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider that a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek in the room where it all happened. Okay. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but if you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about. Right. Now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please. As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I add.
The truth. Please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bombard? Barn pot? I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please. I should be so lucky. My imagination...
The truth now!
Oh, I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you... Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one we took it! Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once, and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabel's that night and asked how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working, knocked me about, and worthless he called it. I knew I shouldn't have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
No.
Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on again.
That's enough. And the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken.
More likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. Jabez. Why did I say Jabez? Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
No way. It was when the board fell on it.
Gregson's punctual locks been entered the court record.
Well, it appears that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at last.
Well, we got a watch out of it, I guess. Glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Ayers could probably fix it. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing it as we know the inspector took such good care of his watch, It probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see it? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. What is this doing? Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit this hole? It's a little police doll, it's fine. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Okay. Can I, like, recheck it then? Look at that. Miss Usato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look! The Inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Fusato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. What? Who does that? Heard that. Stop. Da-dun, 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 dun. Wow. So you hear that delay, right, chat? It's okay, I can fix it. Capture card. Hey. And as predicted, it has very little bearing on the case.
Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander me. Sorry, I suspected you of moving the board.
Hold it!
Old man. But you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world, it's all I know. And I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit it.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo scienians. Homo scienians? Does that mean you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign in the crossroads of life.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? I like how, like, we don't know the answer, apparently. With the Reaper.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off the man on the floor. Or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that skilled. I couldn't. You never know what a feeling like that might do if you look away, you know? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it. I couldn't miss it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Cosma. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. Detective still died when we heard the gunshot. I'm gonna press it for funsies, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to present the watch on that. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem in that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event. So maybe Cosma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Don't know anything. Just let my hand on it. Maybe I did sneak. I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander. Objection! Was that right? I bet he's got a face that screams bored. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. He still died when we heard the gunshot. Alright. I don't know how this necessarily proves that, but the detective still died when we heard the gunshot is like a matter of timing, and here's a watch.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which the entire case has been built. Does it though? What? We didn't even know about the watch. Order, order, order! But counsel! The watch was stopped by almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshots.
Exactly the hour.
The time that was shown on the watch tells us nothing other than when it was wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshots at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall that what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that wash did. The victim was in the habit of, well, sorry, I thought I saw something. Was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh,
Why did you know that? No. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
order, order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. What does the autopsy say? Time of death is blank. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right!
Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from out of me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Ah. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way of identifying blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
I feel like this is reaching.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though?
What?
Given that the time of death of the victim had already been called into question. It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses has heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
You lot know what we heard, that it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel.
Noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... this gun!
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness?
Now hold on a minute, what are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Ah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like that gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even if the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time, whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baron Van Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecracker goes pop. See, it's why people like him.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Miss Naruhodo, I worry your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have suggests in any way that a time device was employed to create a gunshot sound?
I mean, the candle? Yeah, because honestly, would a bullet hitting a candle leave burn marks?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Oh. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How can that be, eh?
The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecracker were joined together.
The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. Oh. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecracker, generating a loud bang. Wow. That's crazy. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we'd been led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses. All of us lot here saw the victim going in the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Ah! Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw enter the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say...
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer?
Is this the time for this?
I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, okay.
Order! Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigation work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. What's this music, though?
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? The corkboard?
Take that!
I don't know why I'm so hesitant about it. What else could it even be? I can't say I find your answer suggestive of anything particular. Other than perhaps that it was utterly wrong. That much you have clarified most expertly.
What? Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display. What? Really? Okay. Did you just draw Karuma on me, my friend?
I think, Mr. Naruhodo, that there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing what case Inspector Gregson was investigating. Okay. If he was investigating the red wig thing, or the red hair thing, redhead, then that was part of the notice board. Framed photograph? Hold on. No, 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 no. Flame red wig. Presumably belongs to Inspector Gregson. But didn't the killer leave that there? Frame and photograph. Dismissal notice. Letter of introduction. Alright. My best guess is the red wig, even though that should have still been proven by the notice board. And if it's not that, I guess the framed photograph?
Take that!
I'm mad. I'm mad the notice board doesn't count for that. It had a part on it that mentioned the Reddit. That makes way more sense for it to be on the notice board than for it to be the wig, because the killer left the wig there. Whatever. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is all this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
No, they did that on purpose. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
To be continued? To be continued. Alright, I think I will call it there, actually. I'm still on the edge of my seat, but I think I'll just have to wait until Friday, I guess. Wow. Well, thanks so much for watching. Fair it out.